haven't been doing too much. I did get to do a little bit of more cooking experimentation. Uh, Nothing like real big experiment wise, like not anything that I haven't really done before. Um, but I was trying to do some barbecuing and decided like, you know how all of the like YouTube shorts and stuff are always like meat dry aged for like 30 days in butter or bacon fat and stuff like that, and it's always like crazy stuff. So I was like, oh, I've never tried to like dry age slash just what do you call it, not like soak something in brining, no, whatever, um keep that in spices for a while. So I got these like beef cuts. I was like, okay, I'm going to I'm gonna like unwrap them, put them in spices, and then just leave them there for like 4 days from when I got them. And then I tried one yesterday, and I had made them in a couple different spices. So I did one in a taco seasoning, just because I was like, even though it's not ground beef, it would be funny to have like a steak that tastes exactly like taco meat. I mean, that's kind of what fajita cuts are, but like even more so, really. So then I got one for that. I did another that was in Nashville sauce because I just enjoy Nashville seasoning so much. I don't know what it is about me and my palate that just like loves weird oily spice, but Nashville seasoning just hits me the right way. So I had one cooked in that, and then I had another that was just like brined. And I think the last one was Montreal seasoning, um, which is just a normal steak seasoning. But I was like, well, one, we have to have the control of just like letting it season itself for a couple days. So I tried the taco seasoning one yesterday, and honestly, I cooked it up with some rice. The steak did not taste like the taco seasoning. Like, it just tastes normal, whatever. Cooking the rice in the leftover, like, fat and oil from searing and heating the steak afterwards, and then eating the rice next to it, the rice tasted so much like taco seasoning. Like, I don't know. It was... I can't really say if it was, like, good that the rice tastes like taco seasoning, but, like, it just hit me as the, like, oh, this is, like, if I had gotten a rice and beans fajita or like a gordita crunch from Taco Bell, like, this is what it would taste like. Okay, I could see myself doing this more often. Maybe not with steak. Maybe I'd do that with like ground turkey or something. But it was decent overall. Then today I tried the one that was in barbecue sauce. Or not barbecue sauce, barbecue rub. It tasted more like the barbecue rub than the taco steak tasted like the taco seasoning. But it still did not really taste like, you know, like a crusted, like thing of ribs or even a brisket. Maybe that's because I didn't really grill it. I kind of pan-seared it and then oven baked it. Maybe if I had done it on a grill, it would have tasted more like the barbecue season. Or maybe I just didn't do enough, because I know I don't barbecue that much, but I do know you kind of have to like take on the layer of seasoning to really get good results. Maybe I just didn't do enough. But yeah, it was still good, but again, like, probably wouldn't do it for the like shoulder cut of beef that I got from that. Probably just do it for like I don't know, ribs or stew meat time and just make like burnt ends. Besides that, I saw the new cat again. Um, it seems to, so it doesn't seem to be able to get the birds at my bird feeder, which I'm happy about. I don't want it to be going after my birds all, but it did like find a little place on my porch where it can look at the bird feeder and just kind of like watch them. And I think that's scaring away some of the birds, which is a little annoying. What else has been going on? So I think I've said this a while ago, but I haven't brought it up recently. So at the start of next month, I'm gonna be gone for about a week. A good friend of mine is getting his doctorate in pharmacy. So he and a couple of our other friends are going out on a little, not week, like half week long, probably Wednesday to Saturday, little trip to the coast for a bit of fun, bit of like not even beach time because like it's still probably too cold to really do much at a beach. Oh, you might go to like the boardwalk. There is a casino in the place where we're going. So like I'm not really big on gambling, but the other guys are kind of like, oh, we should like play some blackjack and stuff. So like maybe we'll do some of that. He also wants to do a ghost tour. This isn't like one of those famous haunted cities like St. Augustine where it's like, oh, every place has like a ghost story. But there are like 2 different ghost tours of the area. He's like, okay, we're gonna do one of them and we're gonna do a bar crawl before the ghost tour. I was like, oh, like Jesse, you can't handle like, you know, scary stuff normally. You're gonna get plastered and then go on a bar crawl? That seems like a bad idea. Or you're gonna get plastered and then go on a ghost tour? That seems like a bad idea. Like, you're gonna get super scared and then have like nightmares. It's like, no, this is gonna be so fun. We'll do it. And then we'll all have like a good laugh about it. Like, okay, if you say so. So I'm looking forward to that. But that's gonna be like, I think like the 4th of next month to like the 7th or 8th. So I'm not gonna be able to stream for like that Thursday, and depending on how packing goes, maybe not that Tuesday night. I'll try to stream that Tuesday, but you know, just like we're probably gonna have to leave pretty early to go because it's I think like a 3 or 4 hour drive, and we want to get there decently early so we can like have lunch there and then do some afternoon stuff. And that's gonna require me to like get everything done after work on Tuesday, which is like not as much time as I usually allow before starting to stream. What else is... Oh, I don't talk about this much, but I listen to a lot of audiobooks, and not to like bring up the audiobooks I listen to, but I listen to a lot of like real bad, like one step above fan fiction. I don't know if anyone knows what Royal Road is, but it's basically like not quite fan fiction first time like author stuff that then gets like cheapo published. Like if it does well on the website, it then gets like cheapo published and voice-overed into like an audiobook on Amazon that then sells for like $1.99. So it is like the essence of like web author slop Um, and a lot of it is also like loose translated from like web novels from Japan and Korea. Honestly, those are the better ones if they're translated. Um, but like I say all this, I picked up a new one that I just saw on the front page and was like, "Oh, this sounds like half decent. Let's take a look." The narrator of it was so bad. Like, I'm not like one of the crazy audiophiles where people are like, "Oh yeah, you have to like stand your headphone cord on crystals so that there's like no waveform interference." But I genuinely do like if someone's a bad narrator in an audiobook, like that'll turn me off more than the book even being bad. And if someone's a good narrator in an audiobook, like I'll I'll listen to even like Awful Slop. As I've said, that is like my main reading house. But the book was like half western, half fantasy, and the narrator was like trying to do a really deep, gravelly, like cowboy voice the entire time. But it just like made everything he was saying unlike hearable, like incoherent. Because again, like it being half fantasy, there was a lot of like fantasy names and things with like a ton of consonants and not much vowels, because like that's how people write fantasy names, because it's so much stranger than like native English and stuff. Um, so he's like trying to have like deep cowboy voice with a slow drawl while pronouncing like the most like cluster vowel and cluster consonant words that just do not work with any sort of English intonation. And I could not take it I was like trying to stick through it because I was like, well, like he's trying to do it thematically so I can kind of like see it. Let's see what like the character voices then become. And the character voices become like the most out of sorts, high pitched, like nothing. I swear I could not understand. One of the characters was supposed to be like a cowboy demon. I could not understand a word they were saying. It was just like a high-pitched screech with reverb on it every time they said anything. And like I had to go back, and the audiobook came with like subtitles to read along with it. I had to open the subtitles and be like, what are they saying for these lines? And at that point I was just like, no, I can't go a full, I think it was like 26-hour length for the book, because normally these like kind of slop Royal Road audiobooks are decently short. So I looked at, so I was just like, no, I cannot finish this. It's just not. It's too hard to even keep track of what the characters are saying, let alone like the grading of the voice. Oh. Um oh, so then I started a different one, and I was like, okay, let's see how this one goes. And I swear, so I said this story before about one audiobook being 100% AI because it had like the worst intonation. The new one I just downloaded and started listening to this afternoon, I'm 90% sure again it's AI. Well, maybe not 90, maybe like 75% sure it's also AI. But whatever like they trained it on is so much better because it really does get like most of the stuff right. It's kind of like the AI presidents that were big on like TikTok and YouTube Shorts for a couple of months, like last year, where they would play like Fortnite and just say random stuff. Um, like it has almost perfect intonation in words, although it still does the like led instead of lead, or like read when it should be read, that kind of stuff. Uh changing like they are changing theirs to they are randomly. Um which I don't know if that's a translation thing or if that's a narrator thing. So, but like, yeah, everything else is great about it. And like, I can look past the little word going wrong because, like, you know, dyslexic here. I'll get words wrong constantly as well. I can't really fault a AI voice for getting them wrong. But it's pretty decent. It's so among the like tiers of slop in Royal Road like publishings, I find that like the lower tiers are stuff that's like just straight, this is an isekai based off of like XY manga or manhwa. There's like 500,000 solo leveling clones, which I guess fair enough. Like solo leveling is now like the most normie friendly anime there is in the last like 5 years. Not my choice, but again, I can't fault people. So of course there'd be like a ton of ripoffs, and that's like the bottom rung for me, the trash isekai. And then there's like kind of more middle road where it's like lit RPG, where it's like, oh, this is like 100% supposed to be like solo leveling, but like it's clearly written that like this author realizes that like isekai stuff is kind of trash. So instead they have like, oh, this is just like a fantasy world, but also it has like all the trappings of a video game. It's like, that's okay. That can be kind of like fun and catchy because like they're still reacting to stuff like it's supposed to be native to them. They're just like also doing video game things. And then like the tier above that is stuff that's like cultivation, which is like, I don't know if that's based on some other story, because it seems like it has like the most thorough rules across like every different variation of these like pseudo fanfics. It must be based on like some kind of original story from longer ago, but that is like all self-contained in like a thematic world, which still has like a lot of like kind of game-ish elements, but nothing is explicitly like, oh yeah, this is my once a day game ability that costs like 80 mana to use. So like, that's pretty decent. That's like actual fantasy world, fantasy story. And then what I find at like the top, which is obviously like even more slop than both the rungs below it, but is like just my perfect kind of slop, is ones where they're like dungeons building. So it's not even like actual human main characters or like sentient main characters. Like, oh, I am just a dungeon and I am making traps so that people run into me and die. And I'm like, oh, this is so bad, but I love it so much. It's such bad slop, but it is the perfect slop. It is flavored perfectly for me. It was scientifically engineered for me to ignore that it has no texture, but is all like barbecue pork. on my tongue. Oh. And yeah, so the most recent one I've been listening to is another dungeon builder. Hopefully it ends up pretty well. It already seems to be doing kind of like I'm like, I don't know, 5 chapters in, maybe 3 hours of listening, and it's already doing the thing I like where it like introduces the dungeon as the main character, and then like it has 3 like designated adventurers that are like going at it multiple times. So like it's not just nameless, faceless mobs get not mobs, but like NPCs getting killed off. It's actual characters that you're like, okay, that character has like gotten stronger since the last time they tried to do this dungeon. Let's see what happens now. That little catch up and explanation of why I have bad taste in books. Go over into the game. So we are going to be playing Heaven's Vault, which was recommended to us last time by and sorry, got a text from my sister, just something not important to respond to. We're gonna be doing Heaven's Vault, which was recommended to us by Captain. It's supposed to be pretty close to Chance of Sinar, which I played, like maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, but I absolutely loved. So this will be our new game for a little bit. Supposed to be kind of like a puzzle game around language.
Stories don't have tidy beginnings. The past is always present. But there has to be a spark. Something that brings the past to light.
Oh. Oh, we have to like make choices? Not much further. One last corner. Almost there. At the top. Oh, moment to rest before you walk. Mistress. Oh, what? Don't. Bricked up opening. Bricked up opening. There's something here. To keep people out, do you think? Or to keep something in? Something written on here. Something written. Ancient script. This must have been cut in when the mortar was still wet, but I think I can read it. Heaven's Vault. University of Iox, some weeks earlier.
My story begins on Iox. That was where I met the robot.
Mistress Elia. Mistress, I've been waiting for you. I've been asked to escort you to Professor Mayari. Mr. Mayori wants me back at Iox. Tab? Oh, we have like a whole map. So 4 hours ago, the professor wanted us to return. Oh, we have like a whole... Oh, there's just like a giant timeline here. What the... Okay, there's a big timeline. Ancient time, ancient empire, the holy empire. Crown of Iox forged. Tree planted on Iox. The last emperor disappears. The Fallers establish power. The Loop Temple reestablished. University of Iox established. Founders of Iox Protectorate. That's the modern age, my birth. Grey Lady's Orphanage. Meeting Oriah. Met Timur. Miria visits the orphanage in Elboreth. I worked for Timur. Oriah's daughter born. Finding the Nightingale. Got my third robot. Alright, there's just like a lot in here. 3 breaks down. Oh, every robot I've owned has gone wrong or been lost. 3 was worse than most. There were definitely problems with this one. So that's... So I can like quick scroll through stuff like this. Okay, that's interesting. Whatever Professor Mori wants to tell me, so urgent she sent a robot to stop me getting lost. Hope launched Nightingale. I would never have got it up into the rivers without Rory's advice. He didn't want to come with me, of course. Finding the Nightingale. The ship was resting half repaired in an abandoned hall in Elboreth. For the longest time, I didn't tell Mayari I had her. Okay. So I think most of this stuff superfluous. So what is... Oh, this is like the continent. Eox, Elbereth, Mayersi, and Renaki. He's very anxious for your arrival. Professor did not account for her action, but I imagine she was simply being wrong this way. Was coming to see her anyways. Is my superior, naturally. So why has she sent you? Did I do something wrong? That seems unlikely. My ethical core protects me from a serious error. Did she say what she wanted? Yes. Said she wanted you. How are things here? Does not change, mistress, or so I am assured. It is a single point within nebula above. This way. Should know what the professor's urgency remark. Maybe we should keep her waiting? Don't want her making a habit of impatience. I cannot recommend that course. Have I got a promotion? With respect, mistress, I think that is most unlikely. Why is Mayora's room so far from everything? Imagine she enjoys her view of the trees, mistress. Sure, it must be pleasing to her.
I was 15 when Mayari rescued me from the slums of Elbereth and brought me here. I'd never seen such luxury or such kindness.
Look at her. She looks like a tiger in a cage. A most curious analogy, mistress. You understand I will be required to report it. What do you think of the sculpture? It has a pleasing balance to it. Worth the time to make? When there are people in Elbereth who don't eat? Are your own exploits worth the time they take, mistress? Should we not be making history rather than reviewing it?
I still don't know why she did it.
Professor? Elia, there you are. Come in. Tell me what you want. Delightful as ever, I see. Well, I won't waste your precious time. You're expert on this. Tell me what you make of this. The brooch? Yes, Elia. But I didn't summon you halfway across the nebula to tell me that. Certainly old. Empire period? The device has an eagle and a sun. One of the Solars sent the brooch to me. John Renba? Do you know him? Did you know him? Did? Look at the details on there before I throw you out. I see, an ancient marking. I know they're a hobby of yours. Can you read them? Eagle wing brooch. I've never seen either of these groupings before, but the two words have some common elements. They must be related meanings. Well, I'm gonna guess holy emperor? Holy emperor? But I'm only guessing. What's this about? He told me he found something. That was more than a month ago. Drake isn't like you. He's an Soen through and through. What's this got to do with me? I would have thought that was obvious. I can't go hunting the nebula for missing people, but you can. So what do I get in return? Geniki is my friend. Do you have any friends? Do you understand what that word means? course I do. Well then, you're worried about him? He's important. And I don't know what he was doing out there. Told me he was going to a moon called Maersi. I wanted to find him. So that's what you do, isn't it? Find things? I'll see what I can dig up. Get out of my office. You're taking the robot with you. Come on, robot. You're not welcome here. You are not welcome. Seeing you. How do you feel that went, mistress? Fine? Went fine. And will we go to Maersi? We? Professor Mari told me to accompany you. Yes. Have you been to Maersi, robot? No, mistress. Obviously, it is a moon of little importance, I believe. So why would this Renba go there? I have no idea. Renba was a roboticist. Maersi has no robots, as far as I'm aware. No robots. That sounds very nice. Robots are very rare, mistress. Most of the nebula is not graced by our presence. Right, robots are so graceful. Tree of knowledge, or so they call it. Each branch grows more branches. Except for the ones that die, fall off, and are forgotten. Which is where we come in, I suppose. I went outside of the university grounds once exploring. This is a beautiful moon. You can tell it was lush and fertile. There must have been huge forests, lakes, and rivers. They're all but dry now. You've not been outside? No. Downstairs. Can I just say, I really am looking forward to exploring the nebula. You're going to be following me around. I'll have to give you a name. I'm calling you Six. Six, mistress? I shall remember that. I wonder if I got Miori's translation correct. I think I did. Shape shows that of an emperor. The emperors believed themselves to be gods, so it makes sense that the words would be almost the same. See? Okay, so we did get that right. But it still doesn't tell me, where did this thing come from? And the ancient word for... Where did they find you, Six? Me, mistress? Like most robots on Ixo, I was chipped carefully free from a concrete wall at the lower levels. You were buried down there? Indeed. I understand it to be did not be uncommon to find robots that way. We occur, as I am told, like potatoes. You poor thing. It must have been horrible. Most likely, yes. But I do not remember it, so it does not matter. Elia. Didn't know you were back. Professor Miyari wanted to see me. Nothing bad. Perhaps, I'm not sure. He wanted me to find someone. Anyone I know? Let's tell him the actual. I know Renba, of course. A little, a little. What sort of man is he? Never met him, I suppose. Fairly quiet, keeps him to himself. He likes his robot. But why is she sending you to find him? Thought you dug things up. By the waters, Ilya, what's happened to Janny? Don't let your imagination run wild. All right. Too many books, that's my trouble. Before you go, it hardly seems important now, but I found a line of ancient in the annals of Mazawi I thought you might like. Always. Here, see what you think. Empress? Message from the annals. I know one of the words. I'll have to guess the other two. Just something. Metal robots power rebel. Robots buried? That looks like maybe person. Maybe that's metal person. And that is what was on the vault description. I'm guessing that's like locked away. Empress buried robots. I think that's correct. I thought there weren't any robots in the Empire. When Empress buried the robots here. Something about an Empress? But I thought there weren't any robots in the Empire. This suggests otherwise. Guess not keep you. Hope you find him. Shall we proceed to your ship now? You sailed before 6? I have no idea, mistress. But I am keen to find out. And so we left the hallowed walls of the university. Ancient word for holy. Hong showed me a path. Spoke to Hong. Okay. Aboard the Nightingale. My ship is my refuge. The only place that's truly mine. The journey to Mercy should be quick, mistress. A nice place, isn't it? I do not believe so, mistress. I believe it is a farmyard. Why does a robot go to a farm? Why does a roboticist go to a farm? You study the competition, perhaps. Or perhaps there are robots buried on Mercy. Are there robots here? Go to Elbor. Hopefully we can make a profit from them. Are there robots buried there? Most likely not. It is a moon of pigs and rice, mistress. Part of Ixo's protectorate, of course. Hopefully we can make a profit on this. Find a few artifacts. Maybe Janek will be grateful. A noble thought. I will prepare the ropes. This is where Janek and the professor went. Why does a roboticist visit a farm moon? Go there next. The breath is my home. It's where I moor up when I want to sleep well. Not today. So I'm guessing I'll be going to like the different cities at some point. The market moon, far outside of, but I've never been there. Aexian space, sailing to Maersa on the verdant path.
Mayari wanted us to sail to Mayerzi. It was a short sail through fast waters.
You'd go right ahead, mistress. Oh. We actually have to, like, navigate. I see the force of the river is fastest in the middle river. On the surface, it appears the same, but there are deeper currents below. This is your ship, mistress? What do you think of the ship? She's very beautiful. But I can't help wondering how you came by her. You want to go left and right. Found her in a ruined hall on the Elbereth coast. It must have been someone's prized possession once. She's mine now. That's Mercy. You can see the greenery from here. Mercy. Farming moon. Renba's here. I need to find him. He's not. I need to work out where he went.
We stepped off the ship and into the mud. Mud covered the ground and rock. And everywhere I looked, things were growing from the mud. And some of those things had legs.
Look at this place. Breathe the air. I cannot breathe, mistress. But rest assured, I am most happy for you all the same. Well then, let's see where Renba got to. If we're really lucky, we'll have found an old pot. So where do we start? There's a series of rice terraces. We climb up away from the water. That should take us to the village. There's no way I'm crossing that mission. Robots cannot swim. Wait. You can wait, can't you? A power source is good for millennia. Waiting will not be an issue. Patience, however, is more limited. Tell that to Mayari. Genuine forest. Ixo can eat its bitter heart? Still, I hope Renba didn't run off to live in the woods. We'd never find him in there. Something scratched him. Emblem of Ixo. I suppose this is where the Mayersian leave goods for Ixos to collect. Ojakeen won't be hiding in there. That tithe barn was big. This moon produces a supplies mistress. What good it does them.
The air smelled earthy and sweet.
Where does all the water here come from? There's a wellspring in the rock below us. Soil is permanently saturated by rice. Do they grow anything else? Does not appear so. Warehouse. I thought I saw a face in the window. Woman. Ducked out of sight. Look at her. Towers over everything. Elbereth has a statue like that, sort of. Just a pair of feet. So must approve, though I understand they had destroyed similar statues on other moons. Is that a wellspring anyways? A source, mistress. Nothing more. Source of what? Commonly water. Also air. Hey Glue how you doing tonight? Just gonna lurkin' or around for a bit? Can you do a scan for Jackie, sir? Mistress has mistaken me. Perhaps you believe I had a scrap of clothing I could trace for a scent? Look at this thing. Beautifully crafted. It's quite old. How are we supposed to find him? I have visual scanners of exceptional accuracy. If I see him, I'll let you know. Someone's carved something in here. Symbol of the ancient script. Might be able to translate that. Holy. These glyphs remind me somewhat of the word emperor. Probably light. And that's holy. Maybe this is like goddess. Or no, this is probably water if it's a wellspring. Holy water goddess. Certainly plenty of water here. He's guarding them from keeping it fertile. suppose there's nothing old here. No ruins, no ancient kings, no crumbling towers. Of course not. This is a farmyard. A waste of time, that's what this is. It was probably back in Ixo ready. Waiting. It's not the oh, I think the building we saw was open. There's plenty of rice stored up. Elbarath should move itself here. I believe that is exactly what the Protectorate exists to prevent. How many moons are there in Ixo Protectorate? 6? The last settlement, it was 23. Up this way. Isn't that a lot to manage? There are no threats at present. There's no doubt ease situation. Want to do some more. Go back down.
This was what passed for a street on Mayerzi. Buildings on stilts, jumping out of the bushes like children. It was so quiet.
And go to the... And what would Jacqueline be doing here? There aren't any robots. Are there? Don't have like a run or anything. And what do the moons get out of being in the Protectorate? Theoretically, Xoian guards. Holy water goddess. That's got... So this is holy. This has to be like person. I don't know. I'm not sure how we're supposed to like confirm what each individual word is. Can't until we hit specific points. Renba was here, then something must have seen. The place is small and full of people. I will wait out here, mistress. You. Sorry if I startled you. I wasn't crying. Don't tell them I was crying. Are you in trouble? Are you from... So? I was born on Elbarath. But you are from Ixo. My name is Elia. And you are not her. Not Mary. That's who you're waiting for? I heard your voice. You're Ixoian. But you say Elia. I'm not Mary. Sorry. Should have said nothing. Wait. Oh, okay. Probably. Most curious. Is a woman like that why Renba came here? Hardly Mayuri. Humans are most curious, mistress. It would seem someone from Ixo has visited here recently. It appears Renba was never here. Perhaps we should return to the ship? Try the village first. Need to talk to some more people. Village center will be at the highest point. Guard against flooding. Did you recognize Renba if we saw him? Did you meet him? I believe he activated me, mistress. Suspect that is why the professor assigned me to you. Not many people tending to all of these crops. Plants are not like pigs. They do not require constant husbandry. Do you know about pigs? I meet people. They are also livestock. Even more rice lying around. It's cooked up enough in my bag to feed an Elbethian family for a week. No one would even notice it's gone. So would notice. This way. Why can't everywhere be like this? Enough food, enough space, water. Indeed. Can I not? Do they build stilts to? Surely it doesn't flood up here. Perhaps animals sleep underneath. Coach a villager. Good faith. My apologies, Owen. My pigs need. Please, if you could just. Did I do something wrong? You came here. Perhaps that is all. Locals don't seem surprised to me. Or to see you. I imagine robots collect supplies from here routinely. What?
3 paths met at the heart of the village. I could imagine them all, sitting around here in the evenings, sipping rucker and singing. It seemed nice.
Stranger. Greetings. Greetings to you. Welcome to Marcy. You have come to trade? Actually, I'm looking for someone. Who? Not a Mercian, surely. We are like ants to you. It's not true. So you are looking for a Mercian. My friend is Ixoian. We do not keep any of those in our pens. Good luck with your search. Say the nebula is wide. Hopeful. Seems unlikely we will find Renba here. Shall we leave? Want to look around some more. Come on, 6. Let's try this way. What do you think, mistress? Was Janik here? Of course he was. What he was doing must have been important. Ugh. Stepped in something. Mud mistress? Will your tracks cope with mud? Thank you, mistress. They clean themselves. More water. Sitting there. There are little bushes under fuchsia. What? Little bushes for cleaning my little brushes for cleaning my tracks. Definitely no robots here. No reason for Renba to have come here at all. Good faith, lady. Please, keep it quick. I don't want to talk to you. Don't like guns here, do you? That's no secret. Turn to your moon. Leave us in peace. Don't imagine Renba met that woman Ixio after all. Okay. You make of Renba's brooch 6. One he sent. Struck me as being quite good craftsmanship and very fine to me. It's an artisanal product of high status. Person's not in there anymore. Oh, excuse me. Hard to say. Possibly very hard. So the brooch is valuable. Most likely. Mr. Shirley does not intend to sell it. No, the question is, where did Renba get it? Mistress, if I may ask, you weren't rooting in the mud for lost robotics. What would you be doing at this moment? I'd be sailing the uncharted reaches of the nebula looking for shipwrecks. There are places out there where no one's been found for hundreds of years. There are echoes of ancient voices. But no. Instead, I'm standing in Pigmuck. Over that way. Otherwise, I'd be scrounging markets of Elbeth for interesting objects. Things have a life of their own, 6. Things survive, things travel from moon to moon, from person to person. Maybe I'd be back in the library of Kong. When the Empire was founded, they threw out the old writing, erased the past entries. It's all still there, you just have to know where to look. You don't read ancient, do you? Back to the ship. Done all we can for heat. So we left the warm, wet heat. Aboard the Nightingale. I'm quite certain of my analysis, mistress. The crystals from the heart of Renba's brooch comes from somewhere nearby, somewhere in the edge of the cyclone. Never been that way. No one has. Those are wild rivers. I wonder, what exactly did Renba discover? We'd better find out. Pull out the sail, 6. Six thinks the crystal came from there. Could be nothing to do with Rebecca at all. But we need to go down. Did someone really travel this far? Could sail around there and try to pick up more artifacts, or I could explore other avenues until I learn something. Elizabeth is my home, where I'm more up when I want to sleep. Today, could go back and tell her what we found. In fact, we didn't find very much. So we have a theory it happened. It's best to keep. It's a market far outside of X. We can only really go here. I'm gonna really travel this way. Have the source scour this area for more evidence, or I could investigate other leads. And this is Verdant Pass, sailing to the source of the brooch crystal. Are there other ships on this river? I have not seen any. Please go left momentarily. There are other ships out here. You rarely see them. Everyone goes the same sailing speed. But no one ever passes you by. People who like people stay on the ground. You do not like people, mistress? You also do not like robots. Is there anything you do like? I like silence. Like the right is gonna. A route goes right, mistress. As should we. Whoa. What are the river Styx? Yes. Flows of oxygen, hydrogen, and ice. Their velocity keeps them coherent. Available data suggests the source of the brooch crystal is somewhere in here. Guess I'm just supposed to, like, Roll around in here until I find something. The rock's up ahead. What have we found? Above the crystal moon. Why would anyone come to the lonely spot like this? Come to a lonely spot like this? We have arrived, mistress. The moon below us is rich in purple iolite crystals. There is no surface flow. We cannot land the ship. You think Renba went down there? No, there is no air. He must have sent a robot. Renba had a robot, maybe we can find it? Maybe we can find Renba that way. Perhaps I should go down and look. To tell you what happened to my first robot. Maybe after you come back. I will return promptly.
A moment later, the robot was gone, and I was alone in the dark.
Welcome in, Sarge. Happy lurkin'. Seems quiet up here now. Always just when you get used to robots, they disappear on you. What are you up to, Renba? You didn't find robots on Mercy. What did you find? Mistress. I did not find a robot, but I found something else. He hid the box down there? It was a superb hiding place, but whether it was Renba doing it, I could not say. Could take it back to Maori. I did not think Renba is inside, mistress, unless he is carefully arranged pieces. Am I supposed to open it now and find out? I cannot. This. I hope there isn't a snake in there. Huh? A roll of cloth. Why would he hide something like this? Must have had a reason. Choice of hiding place was extreme. Thick fabric. What is this? Some kind of robe, but it's hundreds of years old. And there's something stitched along the belt. Tiny characters picked out. Purple robe. This is a long one. Let me think. This is person. So it's gotta be like guardian, maybe? This is goddess. This is berry. This seems like it should be pilgrims. People on a holy journey. Also, pray maybe? Guardians, pilgrims pray? Me? Related word. Maybe this is citizen. No, live. This is goddess. No, that only makes sense to be. Oh, I think that's right. It'd still change my mind, but the pilgrims play? Pilgrims pray? Question is, why did Rome hide this? Ceremonial robe? More in here. This is a silver bucket marked with an eagle and sun. Beautifully preserved, no inscriptions on it. Comes from the same site as the robe. Having another artifact should be helpful, tracking down where these things originate. That's not all. Also a brass reliquary. How did Renba get his hands on? On the hinge, there's something carved. Is that a single word? Most likely not. Ancient scribes didn't always trouble to put in their spaces. I don't think they expected their writing to be read. Brass holy. See now. Holy. Let. That's kind of like pray. Kind of like that. Less. Kind of close to water. Or maybe it's elemental. The light. Less holy light. Some kind of offering box. A shame it's empty. So these things are what Renba was after. Please wait, mistress. I will consider the matter. Work out where the robes originated. Here so. Not a good location. But Professor Mayuri was keen to find Master Mayor. And now I'm sure Renba fully keen to be found. It's somewhere else off the rivers. Not exactly certain, but I believe he traveled far from home, into the eye of the cyclone, and most likely the winds tore him apart. Found something impossibly deep in the swirl of cyclones, still more to find. Renba waiting to be found. Good to go and find the site now. Okay, let's check this out. Cyclone. Sailing to the eye of the cyclone. Think the site Remba's cache may have been a quarry. No one would come out here just for stone. Most likely not always, though inaccessible. I also believe the stone is the same as used in the goddess statue on Mercy. Hold on, Six. I cannot hold on, mistress. They're in one piece. They appear to... Doesn't look like there are any sculptures left here. Any sculptures left? No, mistress. It will have been more sculpted somewhere more appropriate for the strenuous effort. How could they have moved that much stone? Oh. It's impossible. Difficult, certainly. Perhaps a colony of ships pulled together. I believe the eye of the cyclone should be in this vicinity. Cannot see which way to turn at this branch. I'll have to choose one to explore. Way, going straight ahead. I see it. There's something up ahead. A moon? There is air, but no upriver, mistress. You will need to leave the ship here and hop down. Please do not be alarmed. It is quite safe. Okay, so now we're just like mooring our spaceship and jumping onto an asteroid. I have the cyclone. Will Renba be waiting for us here, center
The
of the
hopper
storm?
fired, and for a moment I was gone. Not aboard the Nightingale, not on the moon beneath. It could have been a heartbeat or an hour. But I didn't feel the cold until I reappeared.
Pile of rocks, smashed together by the waters. Seems that Janik had a taste for places like that. You said the last one would be empty too, and it wasn't. So who knows what we'll find here? Perhaps a box of hand tools and a hairbrush? Perhaps Renbo was waiting for us to go around this corner. Could hop her back to the Nightingale. Carpenter will all be done. Perhaps. Only hope. Oh, there's like a tree in here. Hold it. 6. What's that?
Here, in the middle of the hurricane, there was a house. It was fine. Tucked in below the overhanging rock. Wooden beams, mud brick walls, shutters. Large enough for 2 families to argue over. It would have been measly on Iox and grand on Elbereth. But here, it was impossible.
Buildings do not occur naturally. How did Janik find it? Hope we can ask him. So are robots capable of hope? Certainly. Calculate odds, of course. But even the most unlikely outcomes must always eventually occur. Hope is a mathematical certainty. I like that. The mathematics do not care whether you like it or not, mistress. Good vault over the wall here. Please, mistress. The floor beyond would only give way beneath you. Floor looks stone to me, so it is heavy and more likely to fall. Maybe that's what happened to Renba. Fell through a hole in the floor. You see any other way in? No, neither do I. Bit of a drop, so do not fall, mistress. Place is odd. It was built during the Empire. Building well, it is significantly older than the Empire mission. Some kind of structure. What kind of structure over there? There's a plinth inside. Looks like it might be a shrine. Might help me date this place. Figure out what it's supposed to be. Here goes. Floor seems solid enough. 6. Where did the robot go? Six. Robot abandoned.
The ghosts were still here, cooking, reading, doing whatever ghosts do. The house was empty, but it hadn't been abandoned.
Ah, mistress. It is good to see you intact. How did you get down that arch? Could not climb over the wall, so I drove myself off the cliff edge. Once I dug myself out of the sand, I found a door. You understand why I keep losing robots? They're always doing stupid stuff like that. Someone curled up here by the fire to keep warm. Someone died here, mistress. Sure? Evidence is minor but significant. A person lay on the floor here for some time after death. Renba? No. Whoever died here died scores of years ago. The lack of moisture on the moon preserved the traces, but they are old. So where are the bones? The person who lay in that state there was only removed recently. Are you saying that Janik took them? That remains of them. Someone did. That's horrid. Why would he do that? I am unsure. Something must have led him to this place. There must have been something here that he needed. Even more horrid. Yes. Yes, it is. There's an inscription here. More symbols. Water goddess. Blessed people. Runs. Old love blesses fire. Might that should bless think water goddess blesses fire. The water goddess from Marcy? At least directly connected to Marcy. We didn't see any shrine houses at Marcy like the one here, not even small ones. An older custom, perhaps? That does not permit shrines. So would no doubt remove the Marcian statue. They could work out how to shift it. Perhaps. Or perhaps even Ixo does not meddle with the goddess of water when she watches over a person's farm. Wonder what makes farmers ship whole tree trunks out here to build a mansion in the middle of a hurricane. Fire poker. Throw it. Might be worth something to someone. A wooden box. Looks interesting. Beautifully made. Much nicer than everything else here. We estimate it to be hollow. Something inscribed on the lid. Might be a clue as to what's inside. Offer lid. More word. Something close to light. Life. Of. Hmm. What did we was? We use this translation. Let's see if we can remember. Wasn't light. We. So maybe like many. Maybe. Maybe like great. Like many, many. Of many. Enormous. These have like the swirl inverted. Water. Value or happiness. Horse. No, truth wouldn't really. Like element inverted. Would that be force? Would that be emotion? Life of enormous ha- Life of enormous happiness makes sense. I don't know, it's not that big. Lift off the lid. See if we can shift it. Versus. Can't even get my fingers under the lid. Cover the lid with the iron poker. Might be able to snap the lock. Chris, is it moving? Definitely shifting. Here goes then. Let's...
And there it was, just lying there. The greatest treasure I ever found.
Six,
From
look at
inside the
this.
coffer, from the distant past of the nebula's once great empire.
Incredible.
It was a crown.
Eagle and sun motif. Just like Drakine's brooch, a mark of the Empire. Could this be the crown of Io itself? What's the crown doing here? Could you imagine the worth? Crown doing here? Is this the seat of power of the Empire? Place it seem possible. Something written on the inside. Related word. Life. Wood. Water. Rivers. Rivers of light something. Sail. Maybe on. Rivers of light we sail. Maybe this is... Sail again. Home. Of great value. On rivers of light we sail. Like great. Maybe forever. Maybe again. Like circle, circle many. Like again and again. Or maybe forever. I think forever. On rivers of light we sail forever. Is this the crown what Miria wanted us to find? This is why she sent us here looking. And but two, perhaps. Mistress. I'll have to tell her, mistress. I have no choice. A workbench. Whoever lived here would have shelf space. Would have needed water, mistress. Building won't actually cave in on us, will it? I cannot guarantee that. It was made by farmers. Echoes outside. Glint above the door. There's something up here. Blade. A dagger. A little corroded, but beautifully crafted, and with the eagle and sun on the hilt. It has been inscribed. I can barely make out the letters. They're so small. This one is a phrase. It runs together. Emperor. Us. I'm feeling confident about this translation. Probably close to banish. X. Emperor protects us all. Emperor protects us all. Will do for now. Nothing else in this room. Anything hiding in the shadows? Certainly there is. If this door is jammed. Or if it might open. Ooh, look at this. Swirls and flows. These are rivers. Detail. Who lived here? Who drew this? These look like the rivers of Ghost Wake, but not of Ghost Wake. Is there an inscription? Seems so. Huh. This one is several words. Of. Little tick mark is definitely of. Life. What else did we have here? Treasure? Treasures of great value? Make this. Work out what the other words mean. Something of empire? Emperor protects us. What were the other options for this? And grass. So what would relate to like protect? Maybe home or peace? East wouldn't be, but I think that is like building. Loops, cars. Oops. Stars of the Empire. Definitely a map. Not of this place. Somewhere else. I think this is probably life. Nothing else down here. Miss anything? There's like a little gecko there. I'll wait for you down here, mistress. I cannot climb stairs. Didn't you just climb stairs before? You came with us? Rough bed. There's an inscription here. It's old, barely visible, scratched into the plaster. Going to have to guess the whole thing. You. I think this is I. X. Guarded. Ah, hey, Captain. How are you doing today? We're playing through Heaven's Vault, just like you suggested. And I am pretty confused as to what these are. How are you finding the game? I like it. The quick time on the dialogue is a little confusing because I feel like I'm pressing some of the buttons and then sometimes it feels like I skip dialogue that like I'm not skipping, and I don't know if like I'm accidentally double pressing a button and that like forwards me through a conversation or something. Don't quite understand that. I guarded. Can't be guarded. So many like characters in it. This means person. Oh, with this squiggled. Beloved? Maybe? I loved beloved? I mean, that kind of makes sense with most of the things being crossed over, but that also... doesn't make sense as to why I love beloved. That's kind of like a weird sentence to say. I love beloved. This being fear doesn't really make sense. Guarded doesn't. This maybe it's guarded because it shares this lightning bolt with protect. And what would be then what would this lightning bolt be like the through line? It is the beautiful example of the script. Pity I barely understand it. Angle it's inscribed to, scratched by someone lying down. Hardly comfortable. Whoever built this place wasn't worried about making it cozy. See what's up here. Ruin and rubble. Look at this place, Elia. No one would live here. They couldn't. Flints amongst the stone. There's something wedged in here. A scroll of crumbling paper. It looks like something from the Holy Empire. There's something written on it. There's even more. There's a few words in this one. Friend? Pilgrim? And the second word doesn't look like anything I've seen before. Follow or and? Pilgrim and friend. Presumably there used to be more than that. Say this comes from the moon depicted in the wall. Make it easier to locate. This. Quite different than the rest of the building. Some kind of telescope. Position and the bearings are fixed. The material in this is totally wrong. Metal and rubber. Looks like something Oreo might have built. I must remember to ask about it. There are scratches at the top here. Something fixed inside the frame, and it was removed by force. That's smoke? That is definitely smoke. Might be a good sign. You take something? If so, what was it and it meant? Something over there. Can't make it out. Looks like wreckage. As long as it's not the Nightingale. Can't get in there. Don't look down. Can't get through this door. Locked. Or blocked? Or both? Why build something as big as this here? What was it for? Saw something from the roof. It looked like wreckage from a ship. Mistress, are you saying you climbed up on the roof of this place? You're missing the point of what I said, Six. Point is the ship
After
is
the
probably
dead
in
air
pieces
of the
over there.
house, it was good to see the sky again.
Found 3 interesting artifacts here. Also, we have learned enough to pinpoint one of the new locations of interest, the sites on the mural. Would you like me to activate the hopper, Mistress? I will. Not finished yet. Must be more to this place. Want to know who lived here and who died, and what happened. I want to go back to the mural and see if we can do more with that little bit of paper we found. No, can't. Can't do more with the map. Fair enough. Nothing back that way. Over here. Shrine was built here. And the stone inside Nari. No, mistress. Do not know where it's from. Macers did not have the stone like that. There's something carved above the door. Do not counter any of these words anywhere else. I can still make out some of it. All lightning bolt, like flash of element. Could be again, or this could be now. Or all. That is live. Like this is. I want to say this is like conceptual. Like the two lines seem to denote concepts, whereas the swirl denotes physical elements. I'll live maybe here. Doesn't seem like decision would place. Doesn't really fit either. Here wouldn't be bad, but then this and yeah, none of those really go into options for this. follow wouldn't really work. I guess if you think of that as all, so that's like time all, so that would be forever. So that would be then like time conceptually and, so like again, or maybe another. Yeah, I think that's all live again. That's a loop blessing. They believed everything that dies returns to the rivers to be reborn. Our souls return to the rivers. What do they do? Fail? That's the shrine. Assuming it's not an outhouse. Channel. Is this channel natural? I don't think it is. Dug out. There must be a wellspring here. Maybe a feeble one. One that requires every drop to be. There's another inscription. Got one of these words in my notebook. Can't tell. Ever. Eternal. Maybe R? Rivers are eternal. Gods are eternal, surely? Nothing else? Someone lived here. And they irrigated the land. Trade. Here, the eye of the cyclone. Some kind of hermit? Pedestal and a stone. Someone on it. Seems familiar. It is the same as the statue on Marcy. Indeed. Mistress, you can recognize her by the hat. Figurine. Simply fashion. Not a treasure, a functional item. What can you tell us, I wonder? I love how, like, half of the choices are just Indiana Jones, it belongs in a museum kind of stuff. Like, we must plunder this treasure. Of goddess. Something's gone wrong. I must have used the wrong word. And add my translation for goddess to my the long one, but I think that's definitely bless. Okay. The leave one seems small. Plant. I'm not saying anything close. Could be thing. I think it should probably just be plants. Does goddess bless plants make sense? Shrine made of stone. Shrine itself is made of stone, but it's not the same stone as the moon itself. But it's as old as the building. Other structure is certainly. Stone pillar, no. The buildings are significantly older than the pillar. How old would you say the pillar is? Mid to late Empire period? Moving it to the moon must have been difficult. An important ritual object? It is significantly more valuable than the goddess we found within it. We can find where the shrine came from. Maybe we can work out whose crown we found. Something over on that rock. There's an inscription on this rock. Something carved into the rock here. One is a fractured piece from an even longer word. Water. Bus. This is the word for water, short and simple. Now let's take a stab at this new word. Water. This is like concept. Water heals us? Wouldn't really make sense to be separate. This is like element. Like conceptual something element. Maybe joins or connects. Could still change my mind, but water joins us. Water would have run down the channel right past the house. Imagine having a stream of your own. Not a bad way to live. By all the moons and waters. This is like a big ship. The ship. I mean, it was a ship. Can we be sure this was Jan Q's ship? No, mistress, but the circumstantial evidence is very strong. Did someone blast it from the sky? Really, mistress? That seems speculative to say the least. What could do that? Renba didn't hop her down. He landed his boat, or tried to, or else he wasn't able to return. There are traces of explosive repellent. I suspect Master Renba attempted to detonate himself. Fire must have burnt up a lot of air. The remaining atmosphere is still thin. Still, I believe the fire is extinguished before it consumed the whole ship. So what do we do now? Return to Io and inform Mistress. No. Blackened. Presumably the ship was still burning as it fell. It was the hull. It must have been an explosion. Ingenic himself? Mistress, there is no hope. Nick must have been sailing when it fell. Cannot possibly have survived. I suppose. I always assumed we would find Renba. I assumed, I don't know. Mary made it sound like he'd run away. Perhaps we can take this matter up with Renba in his next life, mistress. They're a way down. There might be more clues down there. I do not believe it would be wise, mistress. Indeed, I believe it would be quite the opposite. I wonder why Renba didn't use a hopper to get down here. It must have been almost impossible. He was a devout believer of the Great Loop. The Loopists believe that hopping is like throwing yourself into the dead. It removes part of the soul. Renba lost more than part of his soul down here. Indeed. Something under this wood. Seems to have survived the fire. Please don't be an arm. Not an arm. A battered sculpture fashioned from silver, dating from the early empire? Must have been aboard Jenik's ship. Another of his finds? Ancient gods still have some presence in the empire's times then. But I wonder if the statues were devotional or if they were simply old and precious. Whoever made this did add inscription to its back. This comes from the same source as the reliquary, one discovered on the site of Renba's cache. We find should help us locate the site. Must have burnt for days. Cool, Renba. 6. What do you know about the Loop Temple? The Loop priests claim that life is a great cycle. They believe that all that happens has happened before. And will happen again? Indeed, mistress. This channel comes up from the rock. The wellspring must be down there somewhere. Spring is dead now, mistress. You are breathing the last of this moon, the last air this moon has to offer. Jenik is not here, neither is anyone else. Are you ready to go now? We'll have more to do. I assume we can't, like, just run out of oxygen and die. I mean, that would be kind of a funny end state. Like, you spent too much time on the abandoned moon. You now just die. Loop Temple are my owners. But you're owned by the university. Yes, indeed. Nothing we can do here. There's like a little cave back there. Wonder if we can get in there. Ooh. Huh. It'll be dark in there. Wait, can we not? There was a tripod on the roof. Empty now. But it looks like it might have held something. Kind of something. I would guess telescope. Must have been some kind of outpost or observatory. An interesting theory, mistress. I cannot imagine they would want to observe. Can we seriously not go in there just because it's dark? We have a robot. We could just get a flashlight. Don't think Janique found the crown, 6. Don't think the coffer has been opened in at least 500 years. But he must have known it was here. Why else come? Perhaps he took something else with him. If that's so, the item must be lost. Oh, there's an inscription here. One is several words. Light forever. Believe you can be confident in your translation of light. So we said this is like many times for all. Like all time. So this is like what? This is like elemental time singular. So maybe like one day. Light of day. That'll do for now. There can't have ever been much light here. Not with all this fog. You can barely see the rivers above, yet there's something here. Which makes me wonder, what else is out there waiting to be found? Should not linger. Anything were to go wrong out here, it would never be found. Someone would come looking for us. We're out here looking for Janique, aren't we? Janique is friend. Let's go up. Take us back to the ship, 6. Please stand by. Oh, we get like a little cutscene. Oh.
Darkness.
This is not the Nightingale. 6? I hate robots. Hate them. They always do this kind of thing. Right before they give you a speech about how it was for your own good. Mistress, you are about to step on a small ant. My ethical core required me to lock you inside a packing crate. Hold in here. There you are. Where's your head? Mari? 6, is everything alright? Followed me, Lexi. As I thought you might. Because you knew. Because you've always known. Of course I came. You laid a trail for me, so here I am. Renba. You are quite alone, Mari. And I have seen the truth of your life. You are not what you claim. I know this. You asked me to look, and I found so much. So who am I? You are just what you appear to be, and nothing more. I don't understand. The brooch I sent was from the body, Emperor's body, unburned, not even burned. You fooled them all, Mari, all of them. I have the brooch here. Destroying it changes nothing. I am taking the body, and I will return it to the rivers. But I am not coming back to Io. Not yet. There isn't time. I found something. Something that matters more than your lives, than your lies. Lexi, there's a great darkness, an all-consuming, hungry darkness, and it's coming. Darkness? There is an ancient place, an observatory. It's watching, and it holds the wires, our fate in its claws. An observatory? I will find it before the vault is lost. The robots know, but they don't remember. Someone long ago made certain they would not remember. Renba, just answer one question. Are you alive? I have no idea. You have my apologies, mistress. I do not understand the question. Six? Yes, mistress? I observe we are not back on the Nightingale. Must be something wrong with the hopper. I will look into it. This way, mistress. You don't remember how we ended up here? Hoppers can misfire due to imperfections. The eye aboard the ship is quite old. And no one called you just now. Evidently not, mistress. Strange. Yeah, let's not let him on. I have a feeling that this is this seems like that part in the new trilogy of Star Wars where it's like C-3PO has to erase his memory to be able to read the ancient dagger. Though I still don't see how we got in there. You could have collected one more intriguing artifact. Ready to go yet, mistress? Not just yet. Wait, there's one... It said there's one more artifact? Some of the words scrolling by so fast. Nothing comes to mind. Why do you ask? Okay, we can't go back in there. You don't remember. Remember what, mistress? There's somewhere where I missed an artifact? Your tracks handle this kind of terrain, 6. Excellently. Whoever designed my tracks appeared to have this kind of ground in mind. Who designed you? I have no idea, mistress. Seems strange that you don't know. Does it? Who designed your legs? It's different. God, why is it? But of course it is. Is there another object in the house I was supposed to find? Maybe like out here? Sounds like you don't approve of the protectorate. The protectorate. I am neither for nor against the protectorate mission. No way through. But once would have been open enough. Left over from the Empire. Hmm. House must have been built right up against the rock face. Must have been cold here. Wonder what they did for wood. Nothing around here. Missed something back here, maybe? Or on this ledge? Six would not be happy with me. Don't care. Can't go in here. That's locked. I guess, I don't know. Not sure what it was saying about... Not sure what it was saying about there being another artifact. Stand by. So we left the surface of the last Emperor's hideout in the Cyclone. With enough new information to locate a new site. Funny, extra on the shuttered window. Triangulated the moon depicting the wall on the mural. Found... Welcome back, Captain. Board the Nightingale. Should sail to Io and tell Miri what we find. And I'm sure she wants to see the crown. Okay, but what if we didn't and we did like anything else? Just look at this thing. The workmanship is beautiful. More than a simple crown, mistress. The symbol. Ixo's power, lost after the fall. To regain it would be a sign that Ixo is once more the center of the nebula. More than that, mistress, I believe the metal is a casement for a mechanism of some kind. Mechanism? Kind of mechanism. Without opening it up, I cannot tell. Does it open? Not in any way I can see, but if it does contain a mechanism, I would expect a method by which it might be serviced. My friend Oroi on Elbath might be able to help. He'd be able to open it up and take a look at it safely. Occupants of Elbath are hardly trustworthy. I'm from Elboreth. I will bear that in mind. Wow. Not like us, okay. She looks at home here, but presumably she was fashioned on Paris. Clay being waterlogged. Brought out here by a hermit from back then, back in a time when Mauritians were willing to sail, and into the cyclone no less. Actual crown of the empire. Think so anyways. The robe he hid. I wonder if we'll ever know what was so special about this robe. Fabric appears to be of significant age. Look out there. Seems to go on forever. What if the rivers aren't natural? What if they weren't created by storms or magnetic fields or anything like that? What else could they be? I don't know. Something whole. Something with a design. There are no designers. Imagine a ship dragging flows behind it the way a plow drags a furrow. The wellsprings drive the flows, mission. Don't tell me you believe the wellsprings are natural. They exist in nature. Take the river. I will ready the ropes. So now the thing is actually like branching out. We have sight from the mural. We have our friend. Let's go to the site first. Because that seems like something we could have potentially missed before. So an optional objective seems better. Sail to the site of the mural in Ghostwake via the wires and Eagle Pass. Six. What happened to the river? I do not know. We're barely sailing, but we are moving. We better check the hull when we next land. Our path turns left shortly. Why is Ghostwake called that, mistress? They say Ghostwake is haunted. You know how, according to the loop, the souls of the dead sail the river until they are reborn? Well, the story goes that most of them are asleep. Dreaming of childhood or lovers or big meals. I don't know. But sometimes they have nightmares and they might wake up. Those that stay awake forever are trapped in rivers, formless. They're said to gather in the ghost wake. Want to go right? Then you can hear their helpless cries. Wires. Do you believe that, mistress? I find it improbable. Oh, go. Ghost Wake has a lot of narrow winding rivers and thick fog. The sort of place where sailors get lost and come back with crazy stories.
No one knows how far the rivers go. No one's ever mapped them. Not even the robots. Or if they did, they aren't telling.
The Wellspring 6. The air they pour out, the air we breathe, where does it come from? Where do any of us come from? Are you liking the sailing okay? I like the sailing. I kind of don't like that there's no collision in it. Like they put rocks in the way, but you just kind of like bounce off them. I think it would be cool if you could like actually crash a little. Although I guess again that requires there to be like some sort of health bar in this in like end games or like death, which doesn't seem to be the MO of this. Also, I kind of don't like that there's a ton of dialogue while you're trying to like race around and figure out what path you're going through. It's kind of hard to like read a bit, stop, make sure you know which way you're going on the road, read a bit more. You come from a hole in the ground on Io, on Ixo. Indeed, mistress. Although I assume you did not grow there. There's autosail at some point, thankfully. There's POIs and places. Yeah, like there's like I'm sure if I sailed like through here, there's probably something there and like something over here that like I find later or would be like
For the
things where I'm
longest
supposed to
time,
go.
Mayari didn't know about the Nightingale. I would hitch lifts with robot couriers to Elbereth, then slip away to play aboard the ship. Until one day, when Oroi reckoned she could figure out how to launch it. And of course, I didn't know how to stop. I pretty much crashed into the dock on Iox.
Oh, it's pronounced Iox. Okay. I was saying like Eox. Also, I do like the not like a point against the mechanics of it, but I do just generally like when you have like spacefaring stuff. It's like not actually spaceships. So like this is more like a glider, or I guess just like a sailboat. But like you are going through, I guess this is like they call it a nebula. I guess this is like a nebula surrounding an asteroid field, or through an asteroid field. But perhaps he would have if he had been so careless as to blow up. It's kind of like was it Disney or Pixar that did Treasure Planet? It's kind of like the futuristic Treasure Planet movie, where it's like it's a spaceship, but it's also very clearly like a Spanish galleon. It's like, oh, that's such a cool like motif of futuristic like thing that is very iconic from the past. Like this isn't an iconic form of a sailboat, but it's like, oh, a sailing ship that uses like wind currents in space. Oh, there's a bunch of different points of interest here. Okay. Gonna take us, I guess we can just go on kind of a circuit. No, I guess we can't go up there. We'd have to go like out and then back around to get into there. There's no air, mistress. If we wish to investigate, we'll have to go down alone. Ah, there we go. So here's the first ruin. The ruin appears to date from the
robot hobbled away, and I was
Ioxian Empire.
alone. Then it came back.
I recovered a solid pottery container just floating out there. It looks like there's some kind of inscription. There's a few words in this one. Forever, myself, and ever, and that squiggly thing is definitely and forever must be right too. That's got to be now and forever. Why is this now when it also I or you? This is like time and elemental I. So is this saying that, like, the concept of I, like oneself, attributed to time, which would be the present, like present time? Now and forever? I think that's right. Yeah, we can't go up that river. We'll have to come back around to get to there. From here, I guess? Then... not sure if we can get to any of the others from here. We are sailing normally once more. Is this an area of less flow? Oh, so like up there just becomes a large kind of river. I wonder if that's like a jumping off point. It would seem we have not been down either of these paths before. We can only like go up and around and out here. And then we could go around it, grab those, grab that one. We have to go like around and then grab guys again. Yeah, that seems like something important. Let's save that big one for last. And go out and around. No, we didn't want to... oh. Thanks. Guess we're getting hoisted around anyways. Is that what we're looking for? Settle the Nightingale 6. Let's take a look around. Sight from the mural. The last emperor had drawn a map to this place. Why?
Of all the sites I travelled to with the robot, most of them seemed lost, abandoned. But this one felt like it had been hidden.
How much further? Not far. Path turns here. The lanterns are all still burning. Are people here? There is only one living person on this moon, mistress. You. Trees. Lots of them. Grown from fissures in the rock. The roots will eventually split the slopes below us. Full sight will be substituted. There's something etched into this one. This is the start of a fragment. forever live? I'm certain the translation for live is correct. Ancient, dead, wrong. That was friend. And that was love. This is like 90% of the word for that we had for love. Dead live forever. And what would be... I'm still happy with this translation. Does dead live forever make sense? I have no idea what it means. They believe in ghosts? Thought the Empire believed in the Great Loop, which would make an eternal life a heresy. Only a heresy would be scratched into a tree, mistress. Bless the rivers. This could have been built yesterday. We can't go down there. Something worked into the stone. It is broken off. Plant of dead. Feel right. Dead of. I'm sure my translation of dead is correct. So what is that? This is like place. In place of plants. Like Garden of the Dead. Garden of the Dead. This is a graveyard. Must have been for important people. Anything over here? Nothing on these walls. Gate. Ancients never had foresight to leave the doors unlocked. Look through. Some kind of courtyard. A horned statue watching for the dead. By the candle. By the handle. No good. No, mistress, I do not believe there's a keyhole. No keyhole. So how did people get in? Interesting question, mistress. There must be some way through. You'd think so. There is a copper eye inside the courtyard. May I? Go ahead. Wait, mistress. The wind died.
The wind died.
We're intact. I believe so.
The smell of flowers flooded the misty air.
This is a graveyard. Then where are the graves? Must have been a stray seed once, nothing more. Look at it. We'll bring the whole place down in the end. Same fate will eventually overtake this place, mistress. Perhaps we could finish our exploration before that happened. The whole place is incredible. Duck. And this one's locked. Might be a key somewhere here. A ridiculous idea, mistress. Why would anyone lock a door if they intend to leave the key lying around nearby? Perhaps they were absent-minded. This gate ever open? There's no hinges. Don't know why Mayari wanted me to take you with me. Professor cares about your safety. And she certainly doesn't care about yours. I mean, probably because he's a spy. Ah. There's something here. A compass. I would guess it dates from at least the earliest days of the Empire. It's very fine, only it doesn't work. Look, it never has the needle stuck down. Why would anyone make a broken compass? Perhaps the owner did not want to travel? The casing has something written on it. This one is a phrase. Stars. Sail. I'm gonna add my translation for sail. And I'm convinced of stars as well. Sail, maybe beyond. So that's time again. We haven't run into this, although it's not far from buried. That's not far from dead either. I mean, beyond is the only one that really fits. Sail beyond stars. I don't think we've seen anything like this compass before. So I think it originates from somewhere I never knew existed. Can't go through that wall? Seems like we should be able to. Site is a graveyard, I think. Nothing around this statue. No. Oh, something here. He leant over a flower and inhaled deeply. Musk and roses, a perfume garden. And get to this store. overgrown. Oh, something here. There's an eagle and sun. This is an Empire period ruin. About 1,000 years more recent than you thought. And there's another inscription along the edge of the design. One is several words. Emperor. Protect. I believe you are correct with protect. Time and concept. May the Emperor protect. Oh, we already had this one. You? May the Emperor protect you. I wonder what that really tells us about the Empire. Any scribe can lie. An intact Empire site. Everything on Iox worth it. The place was never destroyed. We must assume it was never found. Mostly worn away. Almost all worn away. Can't get anything from it. What do you make of it, Six? There really is a lot of writing here, once mistress. Whole chronicle perhaps, but I believe some characters can still be seen. This one is fractured fragment from an even longer phrase. Impossible. Emperor. All. You. Is. Of. Wonder if we can unlock more of this as we go. Or if this is always meant to be like unreadable. Yeah, it doesn't even like save what we put in, so I can't do it. What's this? What have you got? The shoe buckle made of iron, dating from the Empire. Looks like we can come back to it, at least, yeah. Surface has been etched with a small character in an ancient script. There's a few words in this one. You are of all of... Mistress, that translation is clearly incorrect. There must be another phrasing. You are And add my translation for you. And R must be correct. You are, so this is like part of all and part of live. Best of, so these are like multiple in people. But this is like person. So probably people. You are the best of people. Does you are the best of people work? It hazard that this comes from the same site as the dagger, the one we found in the hidden moon. Who would have come here? Guests of the Empire's family, the actual Empire? Maintaining this place must have required considerable... We can get through here. Narrow gap here. Maybe I can squeeze through here. Mistress, you walk straight past a door. Mistress? All the walking waters. So many thorns. Not going back the way if I can help it.
The air inside the glass house was damp. It smelt like fruit and warm water.
Can I not go to the right here? Can I only go... Okay, I don't like the camera on that. Peaceful in here. Air is warm. Seems to be a bone effigy of a juggler. I think it dates from at least the earliest empire. There's no inscription. Tell who it's supposed to be. Comes from the same place as the compass I found here before, I think. Having this should help us pin down its location. Even bigger up close. Reminds me of the Tree of Knowledge. Still flowing after all this time? Although it's clogged with moss and dirt. Stuck. Why is every door in this place stuck? Looks like it should open outward, though. Just hope my shoulder doesn't go straight through. Eek. Mistress? Found a way in. So I see. Thanks for waiting. See, you're still undamaged, mistress. Come on. Yeah, it looks like we did take a little bit of damage. Plants must have once been assembled. There's an inscription here. Yeah, so we do take some damage, but it seems like not enough to like actually get hurt. May be you. I believe I remember that word. Okay, so you is wrong. Oh wait, no, those are already figured out. May you be, that's like join. Water, something's us. Hey Tiger, how are you doing today? Wrong tide? May you be, maybe it is healthy. And that's heal. Because the double slash marks are like conceptual. So this would then be healthy. May you be healthy. Cannot expect me to cross that. I will topple into the river. Stop fretting. Stone is quite stable. Oh, now he's mad. Are you attempting to goad me into crossing? I cannot be goaded. I know you have lost robots before. 5 of them. I do not intend to increase your score. Stop being melodramatic. Be advised, I will hopper myself to the boat, you as much as teeter. Now that wasn't so bad, was it? I did not enjoy it, mistress. I found the risk most uncomfortable. Locked or stuck, maybe. Huh. There's more water here than I've ever seen. Enough water for Elbra 3 times over. There was only a way to transport water. This moon is a mountain. There is nowhere for anything to grow.
Stone markers huddled together, whispering nasty things about me.
Like the one behind the... There's... No, I don't want to talk to him. I want to... Thing for the shrines. Most curious. There's so many of these markers. Might have once been inscribed, but it's been worn smooth. This one's in better condition. Still a little illegible. This one has several words. With every something we... Certain my translation for every is correct. every life. Yeah, so this probably death we star. This X seems to be like counterpoint. So this is like conceptually the opposite of concept, something light or star. So maybe fade. Every death we fade. That'll do for now. Finished my research, mistress. My conclusion that I fear are worthless. This one isn't carved at all. There's something inside in a niche font. The stone tablet embossed with a symbol of the Empire. Looks like it dates from the Holy Empire. There's an inscription on its surface. This is the start of a fragment. Oh. And the viewbot. Him. Huh. Which once again isn't recognizing them and banning them early. So I wonder that means. All really nowhere else to put. Unless they don't want us to use Emperor. Or am I like missing a word that should be somewhere? Of people? Translation is clearly incorrect. There must be another possibility. So that we're not using all. People, Emperor, bless. Sure, the translation for people is correct. My translation for bless doesn't feel right. Okay. Hopefully I can make some better guesses for the rest of this. Goddess something plants. Wait, what? Why won't it let me change this? That says that is blessed, but now it's saying that that's not. I'm trying to work out what that means. That's not bless. Maybe raise? Oh no, follow maybe? People. As people follow the Emperor? I think it comes from the same place as the shoe buckle we found earlier. There are niche all over these markers. They're empty. Looted or left that way on purpose. One's worn smooth. Would have expected there to be a tomb or mausoleum. These graves are so small. They're not public graves, mistress. This one was here. No one was here to impress. About this one. Ah, the inscription on this one is readable. A few words on this one. Star. Death. Of. Is. This doesn't feel right. Star. Death. Is. Done something wrong. Something is death. Can add my translation for death. Something of. Like a connotation of, as in from. From death is has like star in it. Like the concept of star with something. Maybe sleep. Maybe that's in death is rest. In death is rest makes sense. There was something over there that I saw. I hate that I'm like trying to find all the possible map things so that I can like find the little areas where I can go over to places, and then the robot will just talk, and him talking seems to like destroy my ability to see the little nodes. It's incredibly frustrating. Broken steps. Don't look very safe anymore. This is a graveyard connected to the Empire. This one's separate from the others, and it's inscribed. The robot is obnoxious, but I don't remember him being that bad. It may be a thing of personality, because I've bad-mouthed him for a bit, so he may be more snappy with me. I believe you can be confident in your translation of I. I'm almost convinced in again. I will sail again. Could still change my mind, but I will sail again. Sailor's grave. Sounds more like the words of a child. By the waters, the air must be getting thinner. Take your time, mistress. Location is extremely unsafe.
The wind,
Wind
was
is strong.
strong up
But-
here. It wanted to grab you by the waist and chuck you down the cliff.
I can see Elbreth, mistress, through the haze. These tombs seem to be in better condition than the one below. The stone isn't worn as much up here. Ah. What was that? Interesting. Mistress, you have discovered experimentally that this shrine is indeed powered. Insert the water goddess figure. I wonder if this might do something. Nothing. But exactly were you expecting, Chris? Shrine is only a rock. Powered rock, but still a rock. Evidently, not a real goddess. It is a model. Anything stored inside the figure would require something else to be displayed. Don't know what I'm hoping for. No need. Evidently, this one is powerless. Perhaps the shrine was built to carry some other device, a projector of some kind. But can I find the other device that's supposed to go in there? Oh, this one seems to be made of older stone than the others. No static here. First gravestone to be placed here, perhaps? This is my opinion, too. I am most relieved within reach more. This one I found. It would date very earliest of the Empire. The stone is different. Older from a different stone quarry. There's something up here. A hoop of metal. I wonder if this was once these on top of the shrines found in the last Empire's hideout. Maybe perhaps not as heavy as I expected. I speak for... I think the silent? I speak for the silent? I speak for the silent. What is this thing? Some kind of recording device? Feel sure I've seen something like this before somewhere. Might be able to trace where it's from. Perhaps we've seen all that there has to offer. acquired 5 ancient artifacts. Also discovered the existence of 2 new locations, a pre-Empire site and an early Empire site. Perhaps you should return. We'll have more to do. I hate that the robot is constantly just like, place the metal hoop. Yeah. I hate that the robot is constantly like, hey, we could leave now. I'm like, no, there's so much more. Let's see if we have any more luck with this. How about now? And then... by the wind. Have I been asleep? Spoke with the voice of a child. Some kind of message? You have a message, then spit it out. You can hear me. I know you are there. You won't speak up on me. You won't sneak up on me, even if it's dark. Tell me your name. I don't know my name. I will have you killed. Just tell me who you are. My name is Kea. I can't see you. It's so very dark. Why can't I see you? Don't be scared. Insolence. I will have you eat your eyes. I can't feel my legs. Power is failing, mistress. You must ask what you want to ask. You know where the observatory or the vault is. Mistress, I'm not aware of this. I never sailed. That vault will open for me when it's time. What makes the vault open? The vault takes what it wants. Have I been asleep? Is there a way to get more? No, mistress. The remaining alignments in the plinth have stabilized. The potential is gone. Yeah, I think we should take the figurine. Maybe we'll be able to talk to her again. I'll be careful with you, I promise. Wonder what Hog make of her. Nothing. Just a rock. What was that thing we spoke to? A recording, presumably? Much as Professor Myriad might send you a recording of her, recordings are responsible to you but fixed that. They are broad, but not deep. That is their nature. Yeah, no. Definitely don't want to leave it. That definitely seems like a, oh, we can come back here. Either come back here later or use it somewhere else. And, like, it'll be able to wake up again. This whole place, 6. It must have once been filled with voices like Kaya's. A head atop every shrine. All talking, arguing. Did we leave? I thought I grabbed it. Oh, I can take the hoop too. Okay. I missed the hoop. You might be able to explain what just happened. God, I hate how it limits movement like this. There we go. Why are we... Please walk normally. Yeah. Yeah, if we had gotten like 10 hours into the game and realized we needed the hoop for something and it was all the way back here, I probably would have crashed out a little bit. Anything more over here? No. Stone marker. More markings here. This one is fractured fragment from something larger. Sail. Empires. In. Leap. Yourself. Maybe this isn't sleep and we should put in stars instead. And then I've done something wrong. Don't need empire there. Sail. Then in. Sail in. Stars. That doesn't feel right. Not then. In. Translation is clearly incorrect. Another phrasing. In is definitely correct. Okay, sleep is not correct. Sail. Maybe back. That was defend. Sail home in your sleep. Maybe that is back. Did we already use something else? I know that it's so close to defend makes me want it to be home. Maybe it is quickly. Go back in your sleep. I don't know. Home seems like it would be the more poetic thing to say. Perhaps there were metal hoops on all of these. Can't go through that door. Smooth. Here's another. One is broken off. For you is... I believe you are correct with 4. Has something to do with sailing. Maybe path is... That's like light. This is like the concept of light wiggled. So like open. Path is open for you. Wonder where this path would lead. Wellspring must be up there somewhere. Where does all this water go? Into the nebula? Into the rivers? Everywhere. Why do they build the gravestones? Stone setting. Either someone was making preparations when this place was abandoned, or the shrine that stood there was removed. Good moon for a graveyard. You said the weather was calm. Whoever built this place had their pick of moons. Why has this one got something on it again? Oh, I can put the hoop back? No, we're taking the hoop forever. That hoop is ours. Get out here. Locked. Anyway, it doesn't look safe out that way. There's nothing but sky down there. Who do you think she was? The ghost in the shrine. Could not speculate, mistress, but I could imagine most people here recorded this way. So the ghost was royalty? At least. Can we not... Like, that's the courtyard we came from. Why can we not go out that way? Well, mistress, I do not believe there is anyone else here to talk to. Are you ready to go? Not yet. This one's buried. I need a machete to find any inscription. I'm not going back across that, mistress. The odds of collapsing with every attempt strongly suggest we use a hopper to return to the ship. Your ethical core won't let you leave. You're stuck with me. So come on. Nothing over here. Detecting elevated emotional markers. Am I being short with you? I'm sorry, 6. If it troubles you, I'll try to be more polite. Oh, can we go back? Inscriptions. Found inscribed on a gravestone. Gravestone, gravestone. Where's the one we found on the wall? This one? We have more stuff to use with it now? Not really. People. All. Yeah, there must still be more we have to unlock. Unless it wants us to do you instead of people. Gonna go take a look at the eclipse? Yeah. Is it? Ooh. Yeah, I saw it a couple minutes ago. Cool. We could break it down. Perhaps Mistress intends to use my holographic head as a battering ram? I need to be snippy 6. Can I not go this way? No. Weird. Stops me. I guess it's almost 350 years old. Guess that's probably it. Yeah. Leave the moon. Or the nightingale. Should sail to Locks and tell Muri what we've seen. Curious place. Can you record a whole person? Given enough time, perhaps. Once again, mistress, you have forgotten who you are talking to. Really should return this Marissa. I've grown rather attached to it. Can you sail 6? Do you know how? I believe so. Seems a straightforward matter. The river carries us forward. It's only a question of using the sails to adjust. Time to move on. I will prepare the ropes. Oh. Empire. This believes the metal hoop from the graveyard that we found artifacts from here. What this site might have once been, I have no idea. I don't have enough to find the site yet. Series of ancient artifacts into an old, something from before the Empire itself. A lot, perhaps? Not quite time, but gonna look again in like 20 minutes. Yeah. Man, seeing like solar and lunar eclipses is always cool. Oh, where did I get? Oh, now I'm like off in the wild.
They say on Elbereth, if you sail too far, you'll meet yourself coming back. But I've sailed plenty far, and I still don't know who I'm supposed to be.
Oh geez, now I'm like lost. I remember the first. It must not have been the first year I was in college. Was the solar eclipse that went over most of the East Coast. And I saw that with a group of like 40 other students on the roof of the Commons building. There's an unexplored river ahead. showing these anymore? Why can I not go to there? Oh, now here's a little object. A ruin. I would guess it dates from the early Empire.
The
Wait.
robot wasted no time.
Telescope decorated with a bird motif. Must have come from somewhere close by. Oh, I wonder if we can put that... sort of a fragment text. If we can put that on the missing thing. Not tells. Translation is incorrect. Must be another possibility. Maybe just of's path? Tells of paths? Can't use towards. Of. Oh, there we go. Okay. Certain the translation for tells is correct now. And paths must be right too. It's like many stars, so the nebula. And this is people, almost robots. Ours? Nebula tells of our paths. Nebula tells of our paths.
Once, sailing through Eagle's Pass, I thought I saw a gigantic ship, as large as a moon, moving down the river like a shadow. Of course, I was ahead of it, and by the time I looped around, it was gone.
A wreck. A shipwreck from at least the earliest days of the Empire. Should only take a few moments. Received a piece of a pocket-sized book bound in leather. Wonder how long it's been there. The binding is in fantastic condition. The book must have part of some ancient personal library. One is blotted fragment from even longer parsing. Nothing. Most likely it comes from the same site as the dented telescope in the sculpture. No, no, we want to go the other way. Oh, I can position the origin point using minor radiation markers. Okay, so I want to go around and into here. I want to go to the right. And then yeah, we do want to keep right
My
here.
Ari tried to stop me from sailing. She said it was dangerous. But I don't think she meant dangerous. I think she meant wrong. She's afraid of the rivers. Afraid of what all that space can do to you on the inside.
Wait, can we just not go back into here now? Why does it keep cutting us off from going into here? Like the rivers just don't exist now. What the Yeah, maybe we have to go somewhere else and then we can like go back to it. That sucks. Now we also have another hidden moon. I guess we can try to find at some point. I think we've also messed around so much that now the music has stopped. Oh, can we? Oh, we can just let Styx sail for a while now. That fast travel us to our destination? Yeah, it does. Okay. Should show the crown to Oreo.
We landed in the dust outside the great walls of Elbereth. No one looked up to watch us arrive. The people here only ever look down.
So this is Elbereth. My home. I've seen little but Eox missives. Good faith to you. Good faith. How are the crops? Well enough. Good faith to you. Stone feet. Slums below are named after these. They're the oldest things here. The original statue must have been huge. What? Why did...
The smell of the slums made me feel like a child again.
Okay, that was literally not the
It hadn't
direction I
been a
was
happy
going,
time.
but
A simple
okay.
one, at least.
Stop fretting.
The heart of the God's Feet slum was Timor's bar.
Why now? Aaliyah.
Timor had never once set foot inside the upper citadel, or so he liked to claim.
By the turning of the waters, you're back. You seem surprised. I'm always surprised you come back, but
He
happy.
was the king of the dung heap.
And you, are you well? Well enough? Now then, the rules are rules. Your friend there stays outside. I will await your instructions. Huh. Didn't argue that time. He usually argues. Not the same robot. You lost another one? They must adore you on Eox. The robots are their eyes. And you keep plucking them out. You'll always be a rat, won't you? Heard something out there about darkness? Something that would fall across the whole nebula? Oh yes? You hear that in the war rooms? I heard it from a robot on a ruined moon. Your life is so romantic. Honestly, I would believe you more if you said you'd seen it written in water. Do you know where I can find her? Up in the cat. In the cactus. She's moved up in the world. She must be doing well for herself. Both of you are. The miracle to behold. Not so much, not anymore. Sad for me to see. I feel like a father to you both. Oh. He never comes down here anymore. You two were inseparable once. Caught you stealing my Reiki cask when you were too small to carry it, let alone drink any. You picked a lock with a hairpin. Things that girl could do if she put her mind to it. Your friend by the door there should be afraid of her. You're very good health. Let me pay for this? He'll pay me back one day. I feel sure of that.
They say rocker is made from river water, that it burns your throat with the cold of space. But it isn't true. Seymour knocks it up out back in an old metal bin.
About some good news then. I have something for you. A box. Looks like something from the early empire. On the base, there's an inscription message. The end of a longer line of text. This doesn't feel right. God's will towards. Wait, no, maybe that. And done something wrong. Not that. Maybe no gods? Just towards? Maybe it's not two gods? Yeah, just first god. Okay. Translate will is correct. Okay, so this is what? Place of God, temple. That's what? Towards the temple, God's will go, like the concept of movement. Yes. Towards temple, gods will go. What will they do for now? Suppose they stored ritual pieces once. Long lost now. Now what's inside? A red scrap of a flag. Seemed to have painted with a symbol. One of the end of a frayed fragment of text. Sail. Stars open. And doesn't feel right. No stars. Sail open and add my translation to open. Sail something and open place of stars, the sky. Sail winds and open sky. I think that's correct. Most likely this comes from the same place as the box. Should help us work out where to look for the unknown moon. Where'd you get this scrap of flag? From one of my customers. You're not the only one who sails to strange shores, you know.
He liked me.
You want another? No, please. Another time. Saw something terrible out in the cyclone? The burnt out wreck of a ship. Belonged to someone at the university. Died out there. And it could have been you. Easily. Still might. Take some real risks out there alone. And sometimes you wonder why you do it. We all take risks. Life is a risk. Just feel bad for him, that's all. Of course you do. Have a drink. Place is empty. No one here. People have to work. Well, some people. You're visiting the cat next. Does that word mean the cat kiss? Not sure exactly. Very old. Kiss usually a word for a king or a leader. Laborers call people like their makis. Don't be a stranger. Okay. I think that's all in this area. We have a few new artifacts to trace. Also, we've located one new location of note, an unknown moon. Time to depart? Want to see Ori before. Very well. This is the gate to the upper citadel. Just there is only solid rock behind. Ah, I comprehend. Copper. The oldest things in Elboreth. Still works, amazing. Cannot see the eye, mistress. Without a line of sight, you sound like you don't trust me. Copper takes one's corporeal form and trust is crucial. Stop worrying. Earth goes through this every day. Speak to the gate is asking where you want to go. The word is Katyik. Nothing happened. Most impressive, mistress. This isn't working. I don't understand it. The inscription. Hint symbols here. Used to trace them out when I was a girl. This is the end of a longer line of text. Empress. Pilgrims. Us. All pilgrims are pilgrim. Temple. is that the translation is clearly incorrect. There must be another phrasing. Not temple. In our pilgrims. Us. Chris. No, maybe. Put anywhere in that? No. Translation is incorrect. Not God. Empress of pilgrims. Us. All. Are. In. Doesn't feel right. What else? No us. Empress. Pilgrim. Of. All. Okay, no empress. Pilgrims of. There's a lot of glyphs, but I'm sure it translates pilgrim. All pilgrims are welcome in Palace of Truth. Was Elbereth Palace? Speak to the gate. I could convince the gate I'm a pilgrim. Let Boyak Rafar. Elbereth? No response. Let Bereth Rafar. Atyx? Failed again. Perhaps you are not really from Elbereth after all. Let Berek Rafar. Mercy? No. Let Biek Rafar. Can't think of anything to try. It's not good. Supposed to work. Did I ask the gate the word wrong? Do not think so, mistress. Gate is simply rejecting you. Perhaps you are too Exonian now. Why? What did I do? I have no idea, mistress. Maybe the gate didn't like something I've got with me? Got this dagger. Maybe the gate doesn't like weapons? For the dagger? You want this? N. Huh? Dagger's gone. That good? Think I'm gonna get it back? Okay, so we needed to not have the dagger on us? We are now somewhat higher up than we were, mistress. Of course we are. We are inside the citadel. That's Victoria's yard. There other stuff around here. Where are we going? Oh, gee. Camera angles. I assume you are not simply showing me around. Gate is locked as long as I can. Gate's been locked for as long as I can remember. Go to the
To
shop.
strangers, the cat kiss is like a maze. But I'd spent 10 years tearing through these alleyways.
Oh.
I could have found my way to Tappy's in the dark.
Peppy's place isn't big, but inside is a treasure trove. Hold it. Oh? But it's you. Welcome back. Give it back, Tappy. Whatever it is you took. Confess, I only really saw the robot. But friend, as you know, are friends. So, you've no doubt your precious brooch back. Mistress. Do not trust this man. Coming from you? My little spy on wheels? Dearest Elia, one of these days you must find yourself a companion that you like. Now come in out of the cold. Seems as though I will wait
Tappy's
here,
place
suspiciously.
was a little museum to junk. Pots and boxes, spoons and hooks and pocket knives.
It is so good to see you back in Elbereth. The rivers above grow dull when
And
you're
at
not
the
with
centre
us.
of it all was Tappy, grinning away like a skull in a bodysuit.
Do you have much in stock? It comes and goes. Listen. Have you heard any rumors of sights? Could use a find. You know, I did hear something. Something out in the fields. What kind of something? They say something sent one of the field workers flying through the air. That's what they said. What exactly do they say? He hit something underground that he shouldn't have, with a scythe. Something buried? Not too far down either. Have a look around the fields. Go ahead and look at the market first. The man broke his arm when he landed, so many find him. No doubt anyone's bought him yet. One of the laborers from the market? That's right. Whoever out there, I'd take a look for myself. Tend to attract attention when I go for walks outside the walls. But no one's going to trouble you. You're from Eox. I'm from Elbereth. People from Elbereth don't have robot servants, my sweet. Careful you don't get zapped yourself, of course. Tend not to attack my finds with scythes. No doubt, no doubt. How are the Elberethians weathering things? Been so long since you were here? Perhaps it has. Anyways, our suffering is stable for the moment. Not up there. Man must have his secrets. Show him artifact, show him the crown, ask another question. See you later, Tappy. May your steps stay steady. We're not going to show him anything just yet. You are in one piece, and you still have all of your teeth. Shall we leave now? Want to pay a visit. Mayu's yard is this way.
On Elbereth, you could buy anything for any purpose.
Strong as oxen. Dependable. Cheap. Mistress? What is this lady selling? It's a work market. Workers? Let's keep your head down. Not do that, mistress. I am unable to close my eyes. You cannot be here, mistress. The market is for people, not machines. You're in no danger. I'm not concerned for myself. My ethical core is programmed against suffering. It does not differentiate by economic status. Nothing you can do, 6. I am compelled to expend a considerable number of cycles verifying that or accept it. Stay quiet. Try not to attract too much attention. You lost? Not lost. You look lost. You look longing. And you brought a Maymick with you. Not for sale. Huh. I wouldn't take your Maymeek if you left it here in a basket. Why would I? There's something you want. Or is this how you get business? Ha. You're fearless, aren't you? I'd like you if you weren't such a Salaya. I don't want any trouble. Then watch what you bring into my cat kiss. The kind won't be happy until only the Maymek can eat. Won't be the robots that stick a knife in your belly. Peppy told me to look for one with a broken arm. They all seem intact to me. Face turns my stomach too. I might have to end up like this. Hadn't been for Mary. Yes? I heard one of your laborers was injured. There's nothing wrong with my stock. I didn't say there was. A friend from Io did. How did it happen? Carelessness. And I'm never hiring an Ixian again. Your kind don't show respect. And Ixian hired workers from you and broke one of them. Do you know who it was? Called himself Renba. Friend of yours, is he? He's not welcome here. Renba returned a worker with a broken arm? Need to talk to that worker. You see any broken arms in my stock today? I imagine no one hires injured workers. You've got him resting somewhere. Want to hire one of my stock? Just want to talk to him. And you can pay a fair rate. If that's to dig your plot or to whisper through the night. That's what you asked her. Just don't break his legs. I won't break anything. That's a promise. I don't accept promises. Means don't respect property. What's the laborer's name? Whatever you like. Listen. Your friend shattered my man's arm bone into 100 little bits. The bites are swimming around inside his skin like hungry men. He's never going to work again. Like the leather, your last chance got to earn a meal, so pay your dues. Name a price? Let's see what you've brought. Prefer jewelry and weapons. I don't know what we're gonna offer. We can't offer the brooch or the crown. Yeah, and the door took our dagger. Offer something small. So it gives us an option. Eagle wing brooch. Iron shoe buckle, maybe? How about this? I've seen better, but I'll need more to cover it. You know how old this shoe buckle is? So it is weak, fragile. Price is too high. Pity. Come back when you're feeling more generous. Yeah, I don't want to give up the brooch. Yes, maybe we'll find some other small stuff and be able to come back later. Sailed into the cyclones? Aaliyah, are you mad? Do you want to hear about what I found or not? Yeah. Going to check out the eclipse again? Ooh, hope it's out for you now. Don't use me to justify your risks. That's not the point. And it should be the point. Mistress, you cannot be intending to give the Emperor's crown to this woman. Look at what I found. Look at it. They just held the crown gingerly, like it was some kind of injured animal. Waters above. What are you? Right bulky for a basic power source. There are contacts under the rim. What is this? That's exactly the question. You want me to take it apart? All right then. I'll take a look. I cannot believe you entrusted such a find to such a person. In such a place. Such an action is almost statistically impossible, but you want to anyways. So figure it out. Whatever it is, that crown is a treasure of the Empire. All Mistress Arroyo will likely do is lose it. No offense intended, that is. I'll let you know what I find. More, show her the metal hoop. You heard any rumors about unknown sites? I'm an engineer, not whatever it is you are. How's your family? My son is fine. My daughter, that's another story. Look after the crown. Don't let it out of your sight. Don't offer me advice on being cautious. How many robots have you lost now? What happened to your daughter? My daughter thinks she's in love. That does happen. She's a child. How old is she now? You know perfectly well how old she is, and she's not old enough. Gate. That kiss gate. How do you get all of your tools and things through it? I had to give it my weapons. Yes, it does that. The best way for you to get around it? No idea. I have a Resvic foil in my arm, so it doesn't bother me. Can I get one? Are you serious? Aaliyah, they stick them in your arm. It's horrible. You don't even like Elbereth. Where'd you get it? Came with the lease on this place. So the foil in your arm is not deep. It's only a small one. Nothing much, just enough for the gate to recognize you. Ever fix that robot? No. Whatever it lost out there, it was really gone. Ended up borrowing a few internals from my collection. Disgusting. Okay. Then we're gonna keep the metal hoop for now from her. Give me a few days to dig in. I promise I won't scratch it. Do you think Mistress Royan can be trusted? I see you are conflicted. Not yet. Go back to the gate. Moon was small but fantastically red. Cool. You believe the workers are well treated? Some will be. Post a link to the photo? Sure. I think I still have permissions open for links. I need to... Yeah, that worked. Oh yeah, woo, that's really red. The last time when I saw it, it was kind of more like orangish pink. This is like real red. Dang. Nice. For some reason, there's no word for going down. The reason for it seems quite obvious to me, mistress. Waste receptacles don't need a password. Okay, can we get... So can we just like never get our dagger back now? Mistress, it would appear the gate is designed to allow robots free passage. Why would it do that? I have no idea, mistress. It is your moon. Where did you go? Main yard. Most unpleasant. I do not recommend it. Can you take me through? Open. Oh, is that a way that I could have smuggled the dagger in? Never get used to that. So... Oh, there was no option for that previously. You don't have... like a map for... So did we just like lose the dagger? Do we not get it back? The harvest. Such as it is. Some people do not eat it. Animals do. Not people. People aren't animals. Indeed. I'm guessing up here we're gonna find whatever it was that that guy broke his arm on. Somewhere around here, maybe? Hmm. Something under here. Crumpled up river map, dating from the earliest days of the nebula. Doesn't have any writing inside the space between three rivers. Can't be from the same site as that scrap of a flag in the box we found before. In fact, I don't think we've seen anything equivalent to this map before. Which means it must have originated on a site that's undocumented. What happened with that guy anyways? Apparently he hit something that like zapped him and pushed him off into space or something, and he broke his arm. Can't like get around there. Maybe we have to get up there from a different angle? How would we get down there? Like over from the other side of the ship, maybe? Go like down here? Good faith to you, Arwet. Is there something wrong with the gate? No. Temperamental as ever. Walk with the goddess. No way for us to get around here. Can't go. Guess we can't go up there. Can we not? Really wish this wouldn't constantly like take away the controls and just push us in different directions. I guess we can't find out where that thing is without talking to the guy. Take nothing back to the ship. What does it mean take nothing back to the ship? Nightingale. Enough new evidence to find undiscovered site. Gave the dagger to the gate. Tubai lifted the brooch. Tubai heard a rumor. Gave the crown. We found a scrumpled river map. Okay. So yeah, it looks like we probably just lost the dagger. We didn't lose the inscriptions at least? No. I think we still have those. Okay. I think that is where we'll call it for the night. Oh. Ah. We'll pick this up again next time. How am I feeling about the game? I like it. There's definitely some like areas where I'm obviously like, oh, I wish this was a little more polished, but I mean, for a game that's very obviously not supposed to be centered around like certain movement stuff and all that, like what can you expect? Like the crux of this game is the puzzle elements and the language ciphers. Everything else is kind of like packing on as much as you can. A little clunky, but the puzzles are fun. Yeah. Okay. Thanks everyone for showing up. Captain and Glue and even Sergeant, though he lurked for a while. I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. Have a good night, sweet dreams, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.